Don't play again. From the top. Take it once more from the top. Hey. Hey, how's it going? It's Friday. It's Friday, you know what that means. Can somebody tell me what that means? I actually have no idea. Let's go. You don't mind that. Hey, everybody. Hello. Welcome back. It is Friday. We are here again. I haven't been able to catch my stream lately. Well, we're glad you're back. Later today, I'm going to be playing Kingdom Hearts with Casey. We'll be doing that on her channel. Forgot I need my coffee. Oh, yeah. I'm back to the regular coffee cups now because we finally have our sink and dishwasher installed, so I get to use regular cups again. It's kind of nice. Ooh. It's Friday. How you feeling? How you feeling? If you got any questions, go ahead and get those questions in. We'll be getting to those shortly. I already ate my snack, so I'm not going to sit here and stall while I make you watch me eat. Just going to get right into it. I'm feeling appreciative today. You know, one of the things that's important, if you feel like you aren't making enough progress, or maybe you feel like you aren't making progress fast enough, is to just look back and see just how far you've really come. All the stuff that you've been able to get through, all the stuff that you've been able to let go of. Feeling a bit lethargic. I've been feeling a bit lethargic too, like there's this feeling I get that I only get when I'm like kind of under the weather. I get this feeling of like a warmness behind my eyeballs. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Does anybody else get that? I get this feeling of like warmth behind my eyeballs. I've just been kind of feeling a little sweepy. Think you need a massage? I think you need a massage too. get over here. That's what friends are for. We gotta watch each other's backs. We'll have a meetup and we'll start a massage circle. We'll just get into a big circle and we'll just massage each other's shoulders. I think there's a world record for world's biggest massage circle. Well, I don't know if there is, but hold on, I looked. What is this? U.S. massage therapist won the gold medal in chair massage and a silver medal in overall best massage at the World Championship in Massage 2021 competition in Copenhagen. I had no idea this was a thing. The competition, hosted by the International Massage Association, began in 2017 and ranks massage in the categories Swedish, chair, sports, and Thai massage, freestyle Eastern, and freestyle Western. Yeah, I'm more of a freestyle Western. I think that's more of my massage style. Freestyle Western. Facial massage, and wellness, a category comprising hot stone, aromatherapy, lymph drainage, and more. How does this work? How does this work? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. We're taking a slight detour real quick. We're gonna go down this rabbit hole for a moment.
What makes the World Championship so special is the family, the camaraderie. Coming here year after year and just coming home to a family feels really good.
We're a massage family. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting that. That kind of that threw me for a loop. It's a dong.
The World Championship in massage is a great event because you will see so many different kind of methods and there is inspiration for everybody.
There's like a group division? Oh my god.
So now everybody, please enjoy us. Come to Copenhagen, come to World Championship. You've been a star, you will be a star, and you will take new techniques of massage. You see lots of things.
my stomach is crumbling. So a lot of emotions on me. A lot of people congratulate me. I feel overwhelming.
I just want to know, how is this event judged? They're like, yeah, he's really getting in there. He's really, oh yeah, look, he's really getting in there. How do you sign up to be a massage recipient? I wonder what you do. I wonder what that entails, what that process is like. I don't know if the judges get massaged. I think the judges just walk around and they're like watching you massage someone else. They're like, good technique. Yeah, he's really get he's really getting in there. Well, now you know. Now you know. They have an international massage contest. Seems kind of fun. I think I'd go. Just as a spectator. I want to go as a spectator, but have like some other like somebody's jersey, and be like, "Woo, go! Yeah!" Oh yeah, I'm here to watch them compete in the chair division. I'm a big fan of the freestyle western category. USA. USA. It should be in the Olympics. You know what's in the Olympics for the first time this year? It's coming up here in a few days. I think they do it on the 9th. Break dancing. Breakdancing is in the Olympics. I'm looking forward to seeing the Olympic breakdancers. I think that's gonna be entertaining. They just call it breaking though, for some reason. Breaking. I guess it must be really big in Paris. Yeah, this is the event I'm looking forward to. Some breakers don't consider it a dance. They get offended. It's divided into B for boys and B for girls. The B-boys and the B-girls. Already B-boys and G-girls. And my non-binary friends. Let's get down to business. Thought that wheel was heavy. It's actually quite light. Hey, Quark Charm, thanks for the 17 months. We're gonna get right into it with some questions today. Let's see what's going on here. Why did my Tatty Blaster, who ghosted me, still look at my stories? I made it so he can't now. Is this what we're calling tattoo artists these days? I'm doing okay with it, and genuinely, I know he's missing out, partly because I was gonna have him do my ribs, and now he's missing out on business, but why still interact with my content on such a surface level if he's not texting me back? If I'm being honest, it probably doesn't mean much of anything at all. I feel like some people will spend time on social media and just go through people's stories. Like, I'm not one of them. Like, I don't really get on, like, I'm assuming this is probably, like, on Instagram or something. But I assume that there's a lot of people who just have a daily routine of just, like, getting on there and just like, oh, I wonder what's going on everybody's stories. Because I think the thing is you said it yourself, is that this is a very surface level thing. So there's probably not much depth as to why he's doing it. It's probably just part of his daily routine. He was probably just on the toilet or something. It's probably not that serious. It's like I said, it's very surface level. So there's probably, there's not a lot of depth into it. And when there's not a lot of depth to it, you don't want to dive head in, because that's how you end up hitting your head on the bottom of the pool. So yeah, I wouldn't take it for anything. I would just say, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Now, if he would, like, there would be more to read into it, but sometimes we will, like, read into things when there isn't really much there, because that's kind of what our brains like to do, is it likes to fill in the gaps. It's like, oh, well, he wasn't responding to my text, but he is interacting with me in this other way, so why is that? Why is that happening? In reality, he probably isn't even thinking about it. It probably doesn't even click to him. And if we're being honest, you're probably just one of, like, many people who we kind of ghosts, because I'm making an assumption here, and so I'm sorry if I offend anyone with what I'm about to say, but I feel like a lot of like tattoo artists who spend a lot of time on social media, because when you're a tattoo artist, that's kind of how you, like, build your clientele base, and it's kind of how you advertise yourself. I'm sure that there's a lot of people who spend a lot of time on social media as part of their business who just fall out of contact with people, because they probably are in contact with an above average number of people on a daily basis. And I say that because I was friends with tattoo artists, and I would see just how much, like, time and effort they were putting into, like, their social media presence. And they were always busy. They were some of the busiest people I've met. Why am I constantly having an identity crisis? Branding, mostly. You are in the process of figuring out your identity. And that is something that we are all doing. We're all trying to figure out, who the fuck am I? What is my place in this world? What do I like? What do I not like? What am I here for? What are my morals? What are my values? What kind of person am I? We're all trying to figure that out on a daily basis. So why does it need to be a crisis? Why does it feel like a crisis? Because we want to know who we are. But in the same, the reality of it is that we're always in the process of getting to know ourselves better. And so we have this dissonance that occurs, this sort of uncomfortable state where we are trying to figure out who we are, but we're also trying to know who we are so that we don't have to think about it anymore. Wait, so these questions never stop? We never figure it out? Some people stop thinking about it, but I feel like when you stop thinking about it, that's when you stop growing. When you say, all right, this is it, this is me. I don't need to think about me anymore. These are the type of people who kind of stagnate or who get caught in a certain way of thinking. You probably have met people or know people that you went to high school with and they're still in that high school mindset, and it might have been decades since you graduated high school. As Meredith Brooks said, I'm a bitch, I'm a mother, I'm a child, I'm a lover, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint, I do not feel ashamed. I'm curious if the questioner is very serious about crisis because that may imply something more. When I think of an identity crisis, I think of it in a couple different ways. I think of it as, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Or how do I want to express myself? How do I want to present myself? How do I want other people to see me? So what can help? What can help with this feeling of being in an identity crisis? What I find to be helpful when I find myself questioning myself, and I feel like this is something that is okay to do. It's okay to want to get to know yourself better. It's also okay to always be open to learning more about yourself. Because there really isn't anything more in this universe that you can learn more about than you. So I would just try to look at it a little bit differently. The reason why I feel like I'm in a crisis is because I really want to figure out who I am. And so what we want to do is we want to ask ourselves these types of questions like, what do I value? What do I want to do? What type of friend do I want to be? What do I want to bring to a relationship? What type of energy do I want to put out into the world? And what you'll find is that when you might find yourself questioning these things, a lot of those answers don't really change. And a lot of that stuff you've actually known for a long time. We just like to double check and triple check and quadruple check. Sitting down with yourself and asking yourself, who am I? I think that's a good thing to do. because it really helps to reaffirm who we are and what's important to us. You know, figuring out what really matters, figuring out what we really want to be. But as far as the why you in particular are always feeling an identity crisis, I don't know. It's possible that maybe at some point in your life you were made to feel insecure about your identity, or you were made to question your identity, or, you know, you presented your identity in some way and people told you, no, you can't be that way, you can't be that. And so it leads to this feeling of conflict because you feel disconnected from your genuine self. Because people in the past have told you, no, you can't be that person, even though that is the person you are. The only person's validity that you need is yours. I hate my sister. I want nothing to do with her for the rest of my life. How do I eliminate the guilt from this feeling of hate? I would say by finding a different feeling. Now here's the thing. You don't have to allow her to have a place in your life. But you don't have to hate somebody to do that. I feel like hate is something that we hold on to and it eats away at us. Carrying hate or carrying a grudge, it's like carrying a tumor. I don't feel like we want to hate, as if on some level our body's like, hey, this isn't good, purposefully. See, I agree, Pork Tree, and that's kind of what I was getting at, is like, that's why the feeling of guilt is tied into it. Is because you don't want to feel that way, but you feel like you need to feel that way. Maybe you're angry, maybe you're disappointed, maybe you're frustrated. But we can separate those feelings from hate. I think that hate is something that we should avoid using if possible. There are things in this world that we will hate, undoubtedly. That is true. But it's a very powerful feeling. And hate takes up space in your heart that could otherwise be held by love. And so that's why I always try to say I have no room for hate in my heart. I would say this. Even though you might dislike your sister, do you want to see her get better? Do you want to see her turn it around? Do you want to see her happy and healthy and, you know, doing better than she is right now? And maybe she's at a, you know, I don't have anything to go off of, so I'm just speculating here. But I feel like when we hold on to hate and we separate ourselves from someone else, it's like we want to see them suffer. We want to see them be miserable. And I don't think that we really want to be that type of person. Like, we don't really want to take time and energy to wish ill onto someone else. And so I think it is totally okay to say, I don't want anything to do with this person, but I hope the best for them. You know, I hope that they're able to get their life together. I hope that they were able to, you know, no sense in wishing ill on somebody. I feel like whenever we wish ill onto other people, it always backfires. Are these music tones in the background available for public consumption? Yeah, I'll show you exactly where I get mine. These ones are put out by, they're on Spotify, and it's Magnetic Minds Meditations. The one that we're listening to right now is Quantum Focus. I like putting on these, like, if you find yourself easily distracted or like you have to work at a computer or something, try putting on like one of these focus tones in the background. You don't have to listen to it very loud, just like barely audible, just so that it's kind of like sneaking into your brain. What I found is that it really does help to help me maintain focus. Like if I had to sit down and like edit a video or something where I'm going to be sitting there for like hours, just like, it really helps me just stay on task and stay focused. I'd much rather listen to this while doing work than the cacophony of various songs and shows I put on to distract myself. Yeah, anything with words is going to be inherently more distracting than anything without words. Our brains are designed to, or I mean, they react to words. Because whenever you hear a word, there's a part of your brain that says, what did that word just mean? And so it's directing a little bit of your focus away from whatever it is you're trying to do. Like, hey, what are these words I'm hearing? Let me decipher these. Let me figure out what they mean. What's a good way to stop thinking and having anxiety about things outside of your control, like politics, global finance, natural disasters in other countries, etc.? One really good way, and one of the most readily available and effective ways, is distraction. Find something else to do, find something, you know, in your life that you could be working on, you know, like, if I'm worrying about a natural disaster on the other side of the planet, like, what about that natural disaster in your kitchen sink, huh? I'm kidding. It was a joke. I'm joking. But no, this is one of the things anxiety likes to do, is it likes to focus on things that are bad, things that are going wrong, potential dangers. And so what we want to try to do is reel it in a little bit. What is something that I can do something about? It's okay to think globally, but we want to act locally. I feel like one of the best ways to feel more in control is to just redirect yourself into areas of your life that you do actually have control over. You know, here's the thing. You might still find yourself thinking and having anxiety about other things like politics, global issues, things like that, and that's okay. But what I would recommend is setting a time limit for yourself. Don't just do it indefinitely. This is why I worry about some of my more politically active friends who have to spend all day going through the news and reading about all of the terrible things that are happening every single day, because it wears on you. And it can be frustrating, it can make you feel disenfranchised, it can make you feel incapable, it can make you feel very small. So what you want to try to do is redirect your focus and redirect your attention onto things that you do have control over. And so what might help to do that is take inventory of things in your life that you do have control over. The part of your brain that produces the feeling of anxiety is always turned on. It's always going to be active because it's a core, integral part of our natural form. And so if it becomes overactive, it'll start looking for problems that we can't do anything about, and that's not really helpful. And so we want to redirect it. We want to redirect it into things that it can actually do something about. Like, hey, instead of worrying about something that's going on in another country, maybe I should worry about doing my laundry. Or maybe I should text back my friend, or maybe I should, scoop the litter boxes or something. I need to stop looking at news. Is the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning. I want us to think about that for a second. At what other time in human history have we had the ability to find out the worst thing that happened that day the day that it happens? Normally within a few minutes or hours of it happening. At what other point in time have we been able to do that? And do you think our brains are designed to handle that? Having access to the worst possible news at any point in time? Do you think that that might make us a little bit anxious? Do you think that that might also give us an overinflated sense of things being bad and terrible? Because we already know that journalists like to present enticing stories. Natural disasters, bloodbaths. If it bleeds, it leads. We have a negativity bias, and so we're more likely to follow up on bad news than we are on good news. So that, in combination with the ocean of information that we have access to, we were never meant to be this informed at all times. Exactly. Because sitting down and doing nothing is actually a really important part of healthy human functioning. You need to just be able to sit down and not think about anything. It's like your brain defragging itself. So I want to take us a step further because I want to actually like walk through the process of reframing this. So let's say you find yourself dwelling. Hey, Sugar, thank you for the 9 months. Oh, hey there, Sugar. Thank you for the 9 months. Let's say you find yourself thinking about something it's giving you anxiety, and it's something that's outside of your control. What we want to do is we want to recognize that that is what's happening. Like, all right, I'm thinking and I'm feeling anxiety about something that is outside of my control. We basically just want to talk ourselves through it. It's okay to feel bad. It's okay to feel bothered by these things that happen. But what can I do? What can I do about it? The only thing that I can really do is feel about it. Like, what am I gonna do? Hop on a plane? I'm just gonna cancel everything that I had going on. I'm gonna hop on a plane. I'm gonna go to a global financial institute, and I'm gonna sit down and give them a stern talking to. I'm gonna go hop on a 20-hour flight and go help people hand out supplies in a natural disaster. Here's the thing. There are people within your community that are struggling. And so if you do want to be a force of good and helpful in this world, look at opportunities within your community to help people. Volunteer at a food bank or a soup kitchen. Find opportunities for mentoring, Big Brothers Big Sisters, one of those types of like after school programs. There's all sorts of opportunities in your community to work on these same types of problems that we are made to worry about globally. And so, if you do want to do something, just look around you. Because that's how we fix the world. Is if everybody just focuses on what they can do in their community to help, then everybody's community will be helped. Demon attorneys being nice to me and complimented me in front of the firm. Well, yeah, even demon attorneys need friends. Odds are the demon attorney actually is quite fond of you, but has a hard time showing it because gotta maintain this image of being a rough and tough attorney type. I think so. She's just very defensive. Are you the BDSM guy? Yes. Not literally, but figuratively. I feel like I'm going to die. What's going on? What's got you feeling that way? Also, don't die. That's forbidden. Don't do it. You have to live forever. That's an order. If you die, I'm gonna be so mad. His family won't let me come to the funeral. Can't you go? Can't you go anyway? Couldn't you just go anyway? Girl, go anyway. Let them kick you out if they have to. Let them make a scene. Just go. Like, it's a funeral. It's not a government office. You can't just tell people that they can't go. It's like, no, you can go. They can't tell you that you can't go. There's not a guest list at a funeral. Girl, just go anyway. Just go anyway. I haven't talked to him for years, but now it matters. Yeah, just go anyway. They're burying him in the UK. I'm not going there. Oh. So you weren't going to go anyway. Well, if you weren't going to be able to go anyway, then I guess it doesn't really matter that it doesn't really matter what they think. I caught that fly. It's buzzing around and got him. Snatched him. Hey, Brain Domain, you're talented and stuff, and I've been wondering, how did you pull Caseytron? I mean, she is queen, of course, you're king, but how did it happen? Please do a story time, I'm begging you. Caseytron was my one and only Tinder date. My one and only Tinder date. So I messaged her, I said, OMG, I'm starstruck. And she said, oh, I was worried that this was going to happen. And so we talked for a while and we were hitting it off, and then we went on our first date. We went to a jazz lounge and we just sat down and talked. It all felt very natural. It felt nice. It kind of felt like she was the one I had been waiting for, You know, I had that feeling at the time. So we just went for a little walk, got some food afterwards. We went to the jazz lounge and I bought the drinks. And then we walked around for a little while and we went to this other place to go get some food, and she bought the food, and I ate an entire cheesesteak in front of her. I had this big sandwich and I'm just like, but no, it was nice. You know, we kept talking and we went on a couple more dates after that, and the rest is history. But no, we really hit it off right from the beginning. We really clicked. It was a good match. On one of our early dates, I took her to a magic show. I met my ex on Bumble, but I hate dating apps so much. Yeah, dating apps suck ass. Dating apps are terrible. If you're going to meet somebody on a dating app, one of the things that you should talk about while you're on the dating app is how much you hate having to use the dating app. I feel like that's a good litmus test for the person that you're trying to determine if you want to progress the relationship with them. Yeah, we did get lucky, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't mind dating apps much. I think they've gotten worse, though. I haven't been on there since I met Casey, so it's been, you know, like 7 years at this point. But I feel like they've only gotten worse since then. I feel like as bad as they were back when we used them, I feel like they could have only gotten worse. I'm just gonna be single with my 2 cats. So, you know, here's the thing, Suga, is you gotta bring a guy over, and then you just have to use your cats to determine whether or not this guy is the one. Your cats will know. If they hiss at him, no second date. But if they come over to him and they start rubbing on him and they start climbing on him and they want to sit on his lap, that's a good sign. I think that was one of the ways that Casey knew that I was a good match, is because Malagos really liked me from the get-go. I passed the sniff test. Oh yeah, how did I pull Caseytron? I'm lucky. That's why. Every time I level up, I put my stat point into luck. Every time I level up, I just like, let's put another point into luck, shall we? He was afraid of cats and trying to buy a Tesla. Goodbye, sir. Alright. I can understand being afraid of dogs. You know, maybe you had a traumatic incident with a dog. Maybe you got bit. Maybe you got mauled. Whatever. I don't mean to say like you got mauled. Whatever. I didn't mean it that way. But I'm like, to be afraid of cats, it's just like, what are you, a baby? Like, oh, he's gonna scratch me. Like, come on, Weenie Hut Jr. Not me being a toxic male. I can't help it. It's in my DNA. Every once in a while, my toxic masculinity shines through. Every once in a while. He legit jumped when my heat turned on and was like, "Was that your cat?" Alright, not to really lean too much into like heteronormative stereotypes, but imagine a burglar comes into your house. Like, what's this guy gonna do? What's this guy gonna do in the face of an actual threat? This guy must have had a traumatic experience with a cat. Must have had a traumatic cat experience. Like, get over it. Use you as a shield, right? He's giving... I'm gonna hide behind... You know what it was? You know what it was, Suga? And I feel like this is why he was into you, is because you are a strong woman, and he was looking to be able to just, like, stand behind you and have you tell the waitress that he wanted no pickles. Excuse me, he asked for no pickles, and he's just behind you like... A lot of men are in the search for a dommy mommy. Now, they don't want to admit it. They might not even be aware of it. A lot of men will like to act like they want to find a woman who they have control over, or that will like listen to them or something. I don't fucking know. But I feel like a lot of men are in the market for a dommy mommy. And a lot of men that they just need to be told what to do. And that's just it's just something I've noticed to be true about a lot of men. They just need to be told what to do, myself included. Like if I'm home by myself, like whenever Casey would go out of town and I would just be here by myself, it's like I regress. I regress into like a Neanderthal stage. It was like, I need a strong woman to tell me what to do. There's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like it's important that you realize it and that you're aware of it. Instead of... Because here's the thing, is like some men, they want that. They want a woman to like tell them what to do. But then they also resent them for it. Because they feel like, why can't I do this on my own? Why do I need to be told what to do? And so it's this like cognitive dissonance of like needing someone to tell you what to do, but then also resenting them for feeling like they're bossing you around. Oh, you met my ex? See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I've known men that are like that. It's because behind every strong man is a stronger woman. Which is why I just don't get this whole mindset that exists online today of like just blaming women for everything, or just like, do you even like women? Like, just being like hypercritical, or just finding ways to just constantly badmouth or talk about, oh, women are ruining Twitch because they're showing their butt cheeks. That's ruining Twitch. But no, like me showing you my roach-infested bedroom isn't doing anything to ruin the website. It's like, no, it's boobs and butts. That's what's ruining it. If I'm being honest, I feel like most men are just jealous that they can't make money on the internet by shaking their cans. I feel like they're just jealous. Like, if you could make money doing it, you would. So don't hate the hustle. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Do hot tub therapy sometime. So the thing about this website is that if you stream from the hot tubs pools category, you will automatically get a bump in your viewership because there's just so many people that are just in that category. Like, whenever I was swimming around in Mike's pool, my viewer count like doubled. Because I was swimming, I was streaming in the hot tubs pools category. Don't ask me why. It is what it is. I feel like a lot of men need to realize that just blaming women for all of their problems isn't going to do anything about any of your problems. Also, I feel like a lot of men take their problems out on women because women are usually too nice to respond with the same like energy that they get from if they were to like do it with another man, you know what I mean? Well, we're caught up on questions for the moment. Let's take a look at this article. The roots of ambivalence. What hinders us from making a positive change? I've been thinking about it. You know, I started rereading this book called The Way of Kings. It's a fantasy novel. I normally only read sci-fi and fantasy novels. I'm not much of a non-fiction reader. But I really like that one because it does pull a lot of like mental health into it. But one of the things that they talk about is how apathy is the real enemy. We just find ways to convince ourselves that we don't care, because then it frees us from the obligation of having to do anything about it. We can just say, oh, I'm just a victim of circumstance. I'm just unlucky. And so I saw this article and I was like, this kind of ties into something that I wanted to talk about. I was planning on making a presentation about apathy. And I probably still will, but it probably won't be until next week. But this one's talking about ambivalence, which is not quite the same as apathy, but it's close. Ambivalence is the norm, not the exception when it comes to behavior change. And so feeling ambivalent, feeling stuck between two choices, being on the fence, that is ambivalence. And this is normal when it comes to changing our behaviors. You know, you're standing at the side of the pool, maybe you'll dip your foot in and you're like, ooh, water's a little chilly. I don't know if I want to jump in. Lack of understanding about the true cause of ambivalence can lead to self-judgments that keep us stuck. Recognizing the two root causes of ambivalence is the first step towards resolving it. So let's talk about it. This article seems halfway decent. Sometimes you may have noticed I'll start a Psychology Today article and I'll get halfway through it and I'm just like, what the fuck are they talking about? We were talking about, I went through an article the other day and it was about gratitude. And then they started talking about how one of the reasons why people have a hard time practicing gratitude is because they need to have control over their environment. I'm like, you might not know this because you might not have studied psychology as much as I have. You know, I've studied it for far too long. But one of the things that pops up all the time, and it just feels like such a... it's just overused, and it doesn't really add anything to the understanding of a phenomenon, but there will always be this thing, it's like, it stems from a desire to maintain control. Like, you need to feel a sense of control in your life. That is why it is hard to practice gratitude. I'm like, okay. I mean, I get it, but it's just not really like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just maybe I'm just a tired old fool. It sounds vague. Yeah, it kind of is. It's just like, we understand that people have a desire to feel like they are in control of their life, in control of their environment, in control of their body and their mind. And so, I don't know, to me it just sounds like, okay, it's unnecessary to, like, here's some reasons why it is hard to dry yourself off after you get wet. Well, first off, water is wet. When it splashes on you, it makes you wet. And I don't know. Let's get back to it. I'm just shaking my fist at a cloud at this point. Ambivalence. Ambivalence. That frustrating and all too common experience of being on the fence when it comes to making changes. I need to cut back on coffee or sugar or alcohol or whatever it may be, but it's so hard and I've always gone back to it. I can't do it because it's difficult and I've done it for a long time. I should start exercising, but it's tough to find the time. One of the things I would recommend is stop using the word should, because when you should yourself, this implies judgment. What it is saying is, what I am doing is wrong, and what I should be doing is right. Therefore, I am wrong. I am bad. I'm a stinker. And so instead of saying should, use things like, I would like to, or it would be good for me if. It's a small, subtle difference, but it really does change the way that we view it. So instead of saying I should start exercising, maybe say something like, it would be good for me if I were to start exercising. So yeah, don't should yourselves. Don't should your pants. Don't should the bed. I know I'd feel more rested if I went to bed earlier, but those couple hours at night are the only time I have to myself. See, I see all of these things and I just immediately start thinking of, you gotta reframe these. You gotta reframe them. This kind of internal seesawing is common when it comes to behavioral change. It's a natural and predictable part of the change process. Yet, how often do we regard ambivalence as some sort of interloper, an unwanted and unexpected roadblock on the path to a better life? The hazards of misattributing ambivalence. If we lack understanding about the roots of our uncertainty, our ability to effectively resolve it becomes limited. Furthermore, without a clear understanding of why the underlying reasons for ambivalence, we risk resorting to harmful labels that may conveniently but inaccurately account for our inaction and that of others. So we start saying, well, I haven't done it yet, so it must be because I'm lazy. It must be because I lack discipline. When in reality, being ambivalent about change is natural and normal, because if it were so easy, if it were so obvious, you probably would have started doing it already. But the thing about the way that our brains work is that change, it's a little bit scary. The uncertainty of it. Sometimes we would rather stick with what's familiar and the things that we know because they're more predictable. And your brain likes it when things are predictable. Alright, so they talk about the use of motivational interviewing, which I've done. I was trained on how to do motivational interviewing. Motivational interviewing is a strengths-based approach, and I'm a big fan of the strengths-based approach. You know, instead of saying, well, why didn't you do that earlier? It's more focused on, well, it sounds like now you're ready to start making those changes. Instead of talking about, why was it so difficult for you to do this already? We start talking about, what can we do to make it more likely that you will succeed now? It's meant to be motivational. It's meant to be uplifting. The two roots of ambivalence are low importance and low confidence in making a change. If we don't feel strongly that it is important to make a change, or we lack confidence in being able to take the necessary steps, which would be self-efficacy. Confidence in our own abilities is self-efficacy. How capable am I of actually doing the thing that I'm trying to do? Because for a lot of people, until it's deemed more important, so a lot of people, you know, it's not until, oh, I had a heart attack and my doctor said I need to eat right and I need to exercise, otherwise, you know, things are just going to get worse for me. It's like, okay, now I realize that it's important. If we feel that a change is essential and we feel confident in being able to do it, we will likely enjoy a high degree of motivation to make the change. You don't say. Alright, here's some questions to think about. Do I sometimes find myself doubting how important it is to make this change? Think about something in your life that you want to change. Now, when I say that, some of you might think of, well, where do I start? I got a whole list. Pick one. Pick one. In time, you will get through the list. But I feel like this is part of the reason why people have such a hard time even getting started, is because they're like, well, where do I get started? Or they want to work on every one of their problems at the same time. And here's the thing, you just pick one. You just pick one. And then as you work through that problem, what you will realize is that in working on this one thing, I may have actually worked on multiple things. Because a lot of times, our issues can tie back to one underlying issue that really bleeds into many of those issues. Like maybe, you know, I need to try to get a promotion at work, I need to set better boundaries, I need to, you know, not have social anxiety when I go to the grocery store, I need to do this, I need to do that. It's like a lot of those can tie back to things like self-confidence, self-efficacy, being more patient with yourself, being more compassionate. So, I want you to think about one thing that you would like to change. Only one. Alright? And as you work on that one, the good thing is that it will make all of the other things on that list easier to do. And sometimes working on that one thing will actually help you scratch multiple things off of that list. You might realize that, oh, many of these things on this list all had the same underlying root cause. Should you start with something easy or hard? That's a good question. And don't think that there's a right or wrong answer to that, because what is easy to one person might be very difficult to another person. And sometimes when it comes to making changes, when we're just getting started, they all feel hard. However, sometimes starting with easy things can help you to build momentum. But also, sometimes we want to do the hard stuff first and then save the easy stuff for later. Just get the hard stuff out of the way. And so there's validity in either approach. And so I would just say, start with whatever one you feel most confident that you can do something about. Whether it be difficult, whether it be easy. The one that you have a high degree of confidence in your ability to do it. Like, well, I've really been needing to paint my bathroom. This is just me giving an example. I don't actually need to paint my bathroom. Although I probably should paint my bathroom. It's like there is a higher degree of like difficulty there because there's going to be more things involved, but you are still capable of doing it. Then you can let that sense of accomplishment help you coast through other things on your list. So anyway, I want you to think about what is something that you want to change about yourself. And then I'm going to ask you these questions to think about that thing that you're wanting to change. All right? Do I sometimes find myself doubting how important it is to make this change? I'm going to use an example. And this might be something that many of you relate to. But this is just something I want to use as an example to help discuss this. So I want to use the example of social anxiety. I have a hard time going to the grocery store, and if it's too busy, I won't go. Maybe I'll even drive all the way to the store, but if there are too many cars in the parking lot or I see too many people walking in and out of the store, I won't go in because it just makes me anxious. So I'm going to use that as my example. Do I sometimes find myself doubting how important it is to make this change? Now, what would that look like with my example? Like, well, the store is open late, so, I can just go later. I can go when there's less people there, so it's not really that important that I do it because there are ways that I can work around it. And this is one of the things that we do when we are ambivalent about change, is we start saying, well, okay, what can I do to work around it? Rather than actually fix the problem, rather than actually make that change, I start finding ways to excuse myself from making that change. In doing that, you're also undervaluing the amount of autonomy that you feel and the freedom that you feel by just being able to go to the store whenever the hell you want. Like, oh, I forgot that I need eggs for this recipe, so I can just run out and go get them right now. I don't have to wait until 9 p.m. when the store isn't as busy. I can just go get them. And so one of the things that we do when we doubt the importance of making that change is we find ways to justify not making changes. Another important thing to consider is, are there downsides or unappealing aspects of making this change? One of the most obvious ones to me is it's uncomfortable. Even positive change feels uncomfortable while you are in the process of changing. If you're working to expand your comfort zone, the only way to do that is by pushing through discomfort. Are there things that I like about staying the same? In asking yourself these questions, we're trying to understand why we've had a hard time changing, why we've been avoidant. But the thing is we're probably always going to have those feelings of wanting to make that change. And it's because deep down we know that these are changes that we should make, which is why we have to continuously justify ourselves and make excuses for ourselves. Because we're always going to be like, well, maybe I should make that change. Maybe I should do that thing. Is it difficult to prioritize this change given competing demands such as limited time, money, or energy? Do you have some doubt about whether you'll be able to make or sustain the change? Do you feel hesitant to make the change because you tried in the past and were unsuccessful? Ooh, yeah, that one. This one is the learned helplessness example. Like, well, I tried and I failed, so I'm a failure. Can't ever try again. Can't get stronger and come back and try again. If you answered yes to any of these first three questions, you may be low on a sense of importance. So remember, there are different things to take into consideration when it comes to making changes. Is how important is it to you? And how confident are you in your ability to make it happen? Because one of the things that we'll do is we will make things feel or seem less important to us than they might actually be. Like maybe you smoke cigarettes, or maybe you drink, and you're like, well, I can quit anytime I want to. It's not really that bad. I only do it a certain number of times a day. There are other people who do it more than I do. I don't need to quit right now. I can quit later. And if you said yes to any of these last three questions, then you might be low in the confidence department. So if we want to feel more empowered to making changes, we want to try to be more objective with how important it is to us. If we can make it more important, if we can make it more of a priority, then it becomes easier to start making that change. Now, when it comes to confidence, confidence is something you gotta grow. And we grow confidence by doing things. And then after we do the things, we want to take a moment and say, you know what? I did the thing. I did it. Just learning to recognize your own capabilities and your own achievements. That tracks. I usually lack confidence in myself. Give me one valid reason why you should lack confidence. My brain is dumb and I'm retraining it. Now, does that sound like something dumb people do? Does that sound like something dumb people do? Acknowledge their own shortcomings, acknowledge the areas for growth, and then engage in what they need to do to actually grow? Does that sound like something dumb people do? Hey, Rusty Golden Place, thanks for the 420. 420, bro. Thank you for the 420. That doesn't sound like something a dumb person would do. What's funny is I am fine sticking up for other people in an instant. Alright. We're gonna do a mini meditation exercise. We're gonna do a mini meditation exercise. This is only gonna take a moment. Alright? First off, let's breathe. Just one of the best ways to get a meditation started is to take a big, deep, relaxing breath. I want you to pretend you are sitting on a park bench. You're sitting on a park bench and it's a perfect day outside. Whatever a perfect day would look like for you. Everything is exactly how you would want it to be. And you feel perfectly content to just sit here and enjoy your day. You've got nowhere else to be, nothing to worry about. No one and nothing trying to call you away. The only thing you have to do in this moment is be. Now, as you're sitting on this bench, you notice someone is approaching. This isn't an unwelcome person. In fact, as this person approaches, you can't help but feel happy to see them. This is no one you've met before, but you can't help but shake the feeling that this is like meeting an old friend. So as they approach the bench, you scoot over and you make room and you allow them to sit next to you. You're happy that they're with you, enjoying this day. And as you sit there, next to this stranger, they turn to you and they say exactly what it is that you've been waiting to hear. Those words, whatever they may be, they came from you. You are that person. You are that compassionate stranger. And you knew exactly what it was that you needed to hear. So embrace that aspect of yourself. Not gonna lie, I couldn't really think of anything. Well, then maybe you realized that you just don't need to hear anything at all right now, and you just need to chill. That is also valid. You could also take more time to think about it. That's fine too. You have makeup on today? What was the point of this exercise? Now, I kind of sped through it. Normally we would take more time to get into a bit of a more meditative state, but I was kind of rushing along. But the reason why we do that is to recognize that we are someone in our life who is capable of being supportive, encouraging, uplifting. And sometimes we have a hard time being that to ourselves. But sometimes it's easier to do if we pretend that it's coming from someone else. And so we can actually envision a complete stranger saying to us exactly what it is that we want to hear. But we have a hard time being that person. And so the point of this exercise is to realize that you are that person. And you can be that compassionate influence on your life. This is confusing. It's an exercise to help you figure out what it is that you need to, address or work through, or the ways in which you need to be supported. It's just a technique that allows you to take a different perspective on yourself. A similar way to do it would be to view yourself as if you were your own best friend. Pretend you are your best friend. And view your life, your struggles, your challenges, your doubts, your fears, as if they aren't yours. They are your best friends. What would you tell your best friend if they were feeling that way? What ways would you support them if they were feeling that way? I've been doing poorly. Sleeping all day and smoking all night. I have an important research paper due in a few days, and I'm struggling to get motivated to writing it. I've always been the type to wait till the last minute to write things, and I'm doing the same now. I hate it. How do you change really rooted bad behaviors? By building discipline. And I know that that's not an incredibly satisfying answer, because I feel like what we're looking for is we're looking for an easy fix. Like, oh, just do this. Like, oh, just start taking vitamin C and magnesium, and then you won't procrastinate ever again. It doesn't really work that way. What it really is it comes down to building discipline, and that's gonna be, I need to do stuff even when I really, really, really don't want to do it. But finding satisfaction in doing it, rather than just in having it done. We need to try to shift where it is that we get that feeling of reward. And so, you've got a few days. What can you do today? Could you put together an outline? Could you write a little bit of it? Could you get things in order so that it's easier to start writing? What is it that you could do today? Because I feel like one of the things that really gets us stuck in these really deep-rooted behaviors is we say, oh, well, that's a problem for tomorrow me. No, that's tomorrow me's problem. That's not my problem. What I found to be helpful is when I start making myself do stuff, I'm like, future me is going to look back and be thankful that I did this so they didn't have to. And then when the future me arrives and I look back and I'm like, I say, thank you, past me. The thing about motivation is that it's something that we like to sit around and wait for. Like we're just waiting for it to get dropped off on our doorstep, 2-day free shipping. It's like, oh, my motivation's here. If you want motivation, you have to build it. It's like a fire. You gotta get the kindling, you gotta find the spark, you gotta carefully fan those embers until they grow into a big roaring fire. Take the time to pause and reflect while you're doing a thing, instead of just reflecting after you've done the thing. Try to reflect on the importance and the satisfaction that you get while you are doing it. Because the real key to being more motivated is to train your brain to give you that sensation of reward at a different phase of the process. Because normally what we do is we wait until after we're done, and then we feel that reward. We're like, okay, I did it. I got the grade, I got the medal, I got the trophy, whatever it was. That is the reward. But if we can learn how to view the act of doing as the reward, I'm making progress, I'm honing my skills, I'm being productive. If we can view these things as rewarding, then it helps to keep us more motivated because it changes the time in which your brain gives you dopamine. We're looking at motivation on a neurochemical level. The motivation is tied to the dopamine in your brain. Dopamine is the reward chemical in your brain. It says, hey, that was good. I should do that again. And so what we want to practice doing is viewing the act of doing as the reward. We focus on the journey rather than the destination. That is the best way to build motivation in the long term. This might take some practice, this might take some unlearning or some relearning, but all the while you are building discipline and you are working towards becoming a more motivated person, a more disciplined person. But the only way that you can become that person is by earning that person. You have to put the work in. This new you isn't just going to show up one day. You got to become them. And so you feel this sensation, you said, I hate it. I hate it. Allow that to motivate you. Turn that hate into motivate. So what can I do right now? What can I do right now, even if it's just for an hour? What can I do that takes me 1 hour closer to my goal? Because that's what it's really all about. When it comes to being more motivated, it comes down to training your brain to view the act of doing as the reward, rather than just finishing the job as the reward. Does that make sense? When I was when college, getting started on a paper was always the hardest part. It got easier as soon as I got over the difficulty of getting started, for me anyway. Exactly. Because one of the things that we often forget is the power of momentum. Once you get the ball rolling and you've got some momentum, it's easier to keep it going. But it's harder to get it going when you're starting from a dead stop. The action is always far less scarier than thinking about doing the action. True. We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. I found that I get so much satisfaction when I recognize how much some small prep steps improve my workflow and reduce stress during the main work phase. It's so relieving to know that I saved myself time and stress and frustration. It makes the work pleasant. If it comes to writing papers, the technique that worked best for me when it came to writing papers was, before I get started on writing the body of the paper, I write an outline. Introduction. I'll talk about this thing. I'll talk about that thing. I'll talk about how this thing and that thing affect one another. I'll talk about this. And then I, just bullet points. Conclusion. And then I go back in and I just start writing out those sections. And then I'll write out a section or two. I'm like, okay, that's good enough for the day. It feels like much less work when you have an outline and then just feels like you're filling it in. Also, I don't see the harm in using AI to help you write an outline. Don't use AI to write your papers for you. Don't use AI to write your paper, because it's going to write it like an AI wrote it, and people are going to be like, hey, an AI wrote this. Also, you don't learn anything by doing that. All you learn is how to use AI. But one of the things that AI is really good at is saying, hey, I need to write a research paper on this topic. Create an outline for that type of paper. It has to be this number of pages, it has to be this many words, whatever it is, and it will give you an outline. You can literally ask AI to give you a to-do list for a task. It's really good at that too. AI is really useful for a lot of different things. Just don't let it do your work. Like, have it do the mundane tasks for you. Have it do the busy work, you know? Have it make lists for you. Have it give you an outline. Don't have it make the actual content or the actual body of it, because that should be you. My husband used to help me get started, but I killed him, so I have to write my final paper myself. Girl, you didn't kill that man. It's not on you. It's not on you. That one was all him. I hate everything about myself, and I don't know how to fix it. Let me just say, we can work on that. We can do something about that. I'll get to it. I normally, like, sometimes when I start reading a question, I'm like, oh yeah, let me start answering right away. Let me read first. I just cannot stand myself, and it goes from common stuff, like not liking the way I look, my body and stuff like that, to really minuscule and dumb stuff about myself. It's not even just physical stuff. I hate the choices I've made in life, I hate the way I think, and so on. And whenever I say this, I always get told to try and stop thinking this way, but that's also part of the problem, in a way. I am used to these feelings and being comfortable with them. I just cannot imagine liking myself, like I don't see why I even should, TBH. Of course, these feelings, plus my other mental illnesses, can get tough on me sometimes, so I guess I should stop feeling like this, but I genuinely don't know how to. Thank you in advance. Alright, here's the thing. The reason why it doesn't feel good, even though it feels familiar and it feels comfortable, but it still bothers you, is because you don't want to feel this way. Period. You don't want to feel this way. But that's one of the things that humans do, is we adapt to feelings, even when they're negative feelings. You're not going to be able to get to where you're trying to go by hating yourself. So maybe let's start off by reframing some of these beliefs. Let's put hate aside for a moment. We don't need to have room for hatred when it comes to ourselves. Maybe there are some things about me that I don't like. Maybe, sir, there are some things about me that I'm not especially fond of. But I don't need hate in the equation. I'm going to save hate for things that are actually deserving of hate. Murderers, child predators, genocidal maniacs. The list goes on. And you're nowhere near anywhere on that list. There's so many things in the world that are much more deserving of these feelings of hate than you. Alright? So maybe there are some things about you that you aren't fond of. Maybe there are some things about you that you don't like. This is where self-love really comes into play. Because self-love isn't about liking yourself, necessarily. But it is by having love for ourselves that we are actually able to do the things that we need to do so that we can learn how to like ourselves more. Tell me one thing that you like about yourself. A quality of your character. Maybe you're a good listener. Maybe you're a considerate person. Maybe you're a good friend. Maybe you're kind. Maybe you're patient. Give me one. Give me one. Hand it over. What's one thing you like about yourself? This is a question for all of you. What's one thing you like about yourself? Pop quiz. This is worth 20 points. Extra credit. Tell me one thing you like about yourself. Nothing physical. You can talk about your butt. Something completely unrelated to your physical form. What is something that you like? Something that is a quality of your character. The reason why is because we're trying not to be shallow. We're trying to go deeper. Because this is a deep-seated issue, and we're not going to solve it with shallow answers. I like the vibes I bring to the function. There you go. 4-inch gape, 20 extra credit points. Good job. Pat on the head. Who else? Extra credit. Come on. I like that I have a strong sense for justice. Good job. Them trolls, 20 extra credit points. A pat on the head. Who else? I like that I enjoy learning new things. Rogue Swan, 20 extra credit points. Good job. If you're used to not liking yourself, because I'm not even going to use the words hating yourself, because we're trying to distance ourselves from using hate when it comes to describing ourselves. So instead of saying I hate, say I'm not fond of, I don't like, because we really should reserve hate for the worst of the worst, and we aren't the worst of the worst. We're far from the worst of the worst. you're having a hard time thinking of something that you like about yourself, it's even more important that you do this. It's even more important that you find something. Because we gotta get this ball rolling. We gotta give something for it to stick to so we can start adding to it. If you're going to transition from a person who doesn't like themselves into a person that likes themselves, don't you think that part of that shift is going to have to be that I can recognize and appreciate things that I like about myself? And so by naming something that you do like about yourself, this is you taking a step towards becoming a person that likes themselves more. That's why I'm making you do this. I'm even giving you extra credit for me. Or for it. Even giving you extra credit. What is something that you like about yourself? I'll wait. I'll wait. Think as long as you need to. I can guarantee, though, that some of you... I ask you this question. I say, what is something that you like about yourself? I can guarantee that some of you have something that comes to mind, but then you're so used to being hard on yourselves and overthinking that you're like, no, that couldn't possibly be it. That's not true because of all these reasons. It's like, well, I like that I'm a nice person. I was like, well, but what about that one time in middle school where I wasn't nice? I can't be a nice person. I did a bad thing 10 years ago. Tell me something that you like about yourself. Give it. Hand it over. How about this, questioner? How about I give you some hints? I'm not going to tell you what it is that you should or shouldn't like about yourself, but I'm going to give you some hints. The fact that you want to fix this issue, the fact that you want to make some meaningful change, the fact that you want to change the way that you view yourself, you should like that about yourself. You don't have to be a perfect person, but you should like that you want to change to become a better person. You should like that you want to change into somebody that you like more. You may not like where you're at, but you can like that you want to be somewhere else. Whenever people tell you to just stop thinking this way, that doesn't help, does it? It doesn't help to just tell somebody to not think a thing. What we want to do is we want to try to reframe our thoughts. Change the perspective of those thoughts. And one of the big things that I would say that you're going to want to focus on is seeing yourself as somebody who is deserving of your own love and affection. So maybe some visualization might help. Let's visualize. I want you to use your imagination. I want you to imagine a version of yourself in the near future. Maybe it's a week from now. Maybe it's a month from now. Who knows? The near future. This version of you likes themselves a little bit more. Just a little bit. Just a little bit more than you like yourself right now. So what are they thinking? What sort of things would that version of you be thinking about? What sort of things would that version of you be doing? If you want to become this version of you, you've got to get to know them. You got to learn how they think. You got to learn how they act. You got to steal their moves. And so it makes sense that you can't imagine liking yourself because you're thinking too far ahead. It wouldn't make any sense to just go from not liking yourself to liking yourself completely. That's too big of a change. And so you need to focus just on that next step. What would it be like? What would I be like? What would I be thinking? What would I be doing if I liked myself just a little bit more? Little baby step. Baby step. I like myself 1% more. What would that version of me be doing that I'm not doing? And then you start doing those things, and that's how you become that person. And then you keep taking small step after small step, and before you know it, things have gotten better. We're not beating ourselves up so much. It's easier to recognize our own accomplishments. We don't need to be so self-critical. We can be more self-supportive. So don't focus on the finish line. Because when you focus on the finish line, that's when you're going to feel overwhelmed. That's going to feel like you don't know what it is you need to do. You're looking at the top of the mountain and you're like, ugh, how am I going to get up there? That's a long way up. Don't worry about the peak. Just worry about the next step. That's the only one that matters. So what is that next little step that you could take? Chat, I need more of you to tell me something that you like about yourself. I was giving out 20 extra credit points and only like 3 of you actually took me up on that offer. So the offer still stands. Tell me something that you like about yourself. But Papa B, I don't like anything about myself. Unacceptable. Wrong answer. I like that I'm really good at Overwatch. What about you makes you good at Overwatch? Do you have a good response time? Do you have a quick reaction speed? Are you a good team communicator? Do you have good situational awareness? Is it a little bit of all of those things? You see what I'm doing here? You tell me one little thing that you like about yourself, and I can turn it into 10 things that you like about yourself. That's why I'm asking you to do this, is because I'm trying to gas you up. All right. All right. Tell me something that you like about yourself. Yes, you. You thought I wasn't talking about you? You thought I didn't notice you hiding there in the back? Yes, you. What is something that you like about yourself? I got another one for the questioner. Another thing that you should like about yourself. You asked for help. And that is a strength. And you should like that about yourself. Because not everybody has that ability. Not everybody has that bravery. So that's good. Why is it that every time I ask people to tell me something they like about themselves, it's crickets? Why are you all so quiet now? Is it really that hard? Does it feel silly? If coming up with a reason why you like yourself feels silly, you should ask yourself why that is. And maybe look into changing that view of yourself. I like that when I have a clear goal, I'm super driven. I like that I can keep mental lists in my head. Very good. I put mine in the question box. Alright. I always like to think I'm nice, but I still remember when I called a kindergartner a jerk because I thought he stole something of mine and he tattled to the teacher. I was a first grader, so 6 or 7. But the behavior, calling someone a jerk, wasn't in character for me, so I gaslit the teacher into believing me and not the crying boy. I was afraid to get detention just a week before moving states. I didn't want to carry that over to my new school. I still feel bad about getting out of trouble. I made a vow to myself not to bully anyone ever again. Well, I did worse stuff. I did worse stuff. One time when I was in the 3rd grade, I got into a fight with another kid at school because I wanted to pick up the kickballs from the and bring them inside, but he ran ahead and he did it before I could. So we got into a fight. And I got detention. Does that make me a bad person? No, that makes me a child. I was acting childish when I was a child. That is what being a child is for. We don't want to look back on how we were when we were kids and apply the same moral expectations of us as an adult. In fact, this is actually a better sign that you're a good person because you learned a lesson at a young age that you were able to apply to your life. You recognized early on, I shouldn't do this. And some people don't find that out until they're an adult. Or they may not ever find it out. But you found it out early, so this actually doubly speaks to your own quality of character. Like, can you actually really be a good person unless you do something bad and then vow to change your ways because of it? Because I don't feel like anybody goes through life without doing at least one bad thing. Because there's just a time in our lives when we don't realize that it is a bad thing to do. But I feel like you brought up a good example. This is something that people do, is they look back on stuff they do with an adult brain, and they're like, why did I do this when I was a child or an adolescent or like a teenager? And they're like, oh, why did I do that? It's because you didn't know any better. But now you do know better. So don't go back and judge yourself retroactively, saying, why didn't I know better? It's because you had to learn the lesson in order to know better. Hey, Dub Combo with the 9 months. Welcome to the Gold Brain tier. You have leveled up to Gold Brain. How does it feel? My friends in 5th grade decided we need to shoplift at the local Walmart, and I ended up returning my item because I felt so bad. That's just evening the score. Like, a majority of theft in this country is wage theft. You're just giving them what they deserve. It's your moral obligation to steal from corporations. Now, if you steal from a mom and pop store, like a small business, you deserve to be publicly flogged. But Walmart? I mean, think about how much they're stealing from the taxpayers by relying on us to pay for, like, federal assistance and food stamps and stuff. Like, they don't pay their employees enough money, so they have to get public assistance. So we're basically subsidizing their income. You got your gold brain today too? Oh my god, your sub-sisters. Your sub-sisters. Alright, G&G, I'm just looking at this, I'm like... Can I be real with you for a minute? You look back in time and you're like, I learned in 1st grade to not be a bully, and I don't think I'm a nice person for having that realization. How does that make any sense? There are grown-ass adults who are still bullies. You figured it out when you were 7. Sometimes you have to make the mistakes in order to learn the lesson. It's not just inherent, especially when you're a kid. Excited for the brain bow. Oh yeah, the brain bow is legendary. I remember the first time I said fuck, and it was in kindergarten. I was pissed about something, I don't remember what it was. Then I went over to the jungle gym by myself and I softly whispered a word. I was still worried that someone was going to hear me. Can you imagine me just as a little kid just saying, fuckers? Because that's how it happened. You remember the first time you said the F word? That's like ingrained in my memory. Little nephew said, "What's fucking snow?" when my brother said it was more fucking snow outside. And you say, well, the indigenous tribes of they actually have over 100 words for snow, and that's just that's just one of the special kinds of snow. Yeah, it's the special type of snow that they sprinkle on the inside of the igloo whenever they decide that it's time to copulate. It's got a little bounce to it. My parents, I remember being in 7th grade, and my parents were like, yeah, we don't care if you use cuss words. Just don't say bitch. That was the one I wasn't allowed to say. And I was like, yeah, I still, like, I don't really use that one. But I remember telling my friends in middle school, and they thought it was so cool. It's like, yeah, my mom lets me say fuck. That's because everybody in my family talked like sailors. I'm excited to play Kingdom Hearts. Casey and I are going to play Kingdom Hearts today. The N-word was major off limits, still is for me. Right? Like... Is Casey still doing the 10-year subathon? Yep. It's still going. Hey. Hey, Dog Sumoto. How's it going? Do they need to be anonymous? Nah. If you want to drop them in the chat, that's fine too. The box is just there just in case people want to be anonymous, because sometimes it's easier to ask questions about your mental health if it's anonymous, so. That's what it's there for. But I'm all caught up on the box, so I'm mostly just hanging out with chat at the moment. For triggering topics, okay? Yeah, you're good. I'm sure at this point, like you're new here, but we've talked about it all. We've covered it all at this point. Like, your grandpa and uncle were torturing your cousin by repeatedly saying the N-word. That's so fucking weird. That's so fucking weird. When I was like 5 years old, I accidentally called my sister a slur when we were at the grocery store. It wasn't even a word that I had ever heard before. I was just making up funny sounding words as I was talking to my baby sister. And then I accidentally said a slur to her, and my parents were like, "Oh my God, where did you hear that?" I'm like, "I don't know. I thought I had made the word up." But no, like I was just doing like little kids do, because I was like 5. I was like 5 or 6. And so I was just saying things, and then I was like changing letters around and just like saying different words, and then one of them ended up being a slur, and I accidentally called my sister a slur in the middle of the grocery store, and my parents were mortified. Yeah, I was just freestyling. I didn't know what I was doing. At that point in my life, I didn't even realize that words could be that bad. Like, I was just a little kid. Like, I was just saying words, but then, like, switching out letters and stuff, you know what I mean? But yeah. My parents were mortified. They're like, "Where did you hear that? You can't say that." I'm like, "What?" I was so confused. Because I don't think I had ever heard the word before, even. I have autism, and one of my interests is emergency services, and my dream job is security. I was at the hospital doing blue light photography and speaking to people. Long story short, I was in the middle of a conversation with security when someone ran out the door trying to self-discharge, and they had to go after her. I legit teared up a little. We got a phone line. I haven't done call-ins in a while. Maybe someday. I don't know how to feel about it. In that moment, what did it make you feel? You know, like, put yourself back in that position. Like, what, looking back, do you remember feeling? Whenever you're in like a medical setting or a hospital setting, it can always be very jarring whenever you see something like that for the first time. It is something that you do kind of build up a bit of resilience for. I felt like I wanted to do something to help the person, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Now here's the thing. I'm sorry, I don't mean to point at you. Here's the thing. You did exactly what you were supposed to do by staying out of the way. There were professionals there whose job it was to help that person, and you allowed them to do their job. So you did exactly what you should have done by just standing aside. The thing is, I'm used to seeing hurt people from my time doing light spotting there before, and I'm used to seeing trauma from TV and body cam videos. I don't know why this has affected me in this way. Because it happened in real life, and it was in front of you, and, you know, no amount of TV or body cam footage can really prepare you for the real thing. It might have been something beyond that, even, is like maybe there was something about the person or something about the situation that just kind of struck home for you. You know, sometimes you see a certain type of person and it reminds you of a person from your life. You know, like maybe it reminded you of a friend or a sibling or somebody from your life that you care about, and you were kind of, you know, projecting some of those feelings onto this situation. You know what I mean? They were going through crisis and wanted to escape, kind of like I did when I was at an abusive school. Okay. Well, that would make sense then. It might have been just a little bit re-traumatizing. It probably reminded you of some old feelings that might not have resurfaced in a while. Now, this can be stressful, this can be difficult to deal with, but I would try to look at it a little bit differently and say, it brought it to the surface, so now I have an opportunity to kind of work on it a bit and address it and say, oh, okay, this is why this happened. A little bit of a chance to understand yourself a bit better. But no, I think you're exactly right. You know, just seeing something and it was something that you found relatable. It sounds like you're doing better since then. The thing is, I'm AFA trained and I've dealt with people going through physical trauma before, so why is witnessing mental trauma affecting me this way? I think that this speaks to the nature of trauma in that sometimes you just don't know what it'll be that'll get you. You know what I mean? Like, you can go years without thinking about something, and then just seeing something just takes you back to that time. And it could be something that you didn't even ever think of that would take you back to it. I think Dem Trolls is also correct. It might be more relatable to you and to your experiences. Because it might not be so much the nature of the trauma, but the amount of relatability to the trauma. Also, witnessing mental trauma is always especially stressful if it's something that we aren't used to seeing. Because I feel like whenever we see mental trauma, it just... it's a little bit harder to understand. It's a little bit more disorienting. It can be a little bit more confusing. Also, I think when it comes to mental trauma, there's always that underlying sense of, well, that could happen to me. What would I do if that happened to me? Because sometimes mental illness and mental trauma are things that we just don't like to think about, and we like to forget that they happen. Do I think you should have tried to help the person? No. They were at a hospital and there were professionals there. And sometimes when it comes to somebody who's going through a mental distress, you don't want to overwhelm them. And sometimes less is more. Sometimes if a crowd starts to form or more than one person starts to like approach the person or engage with the person, it can just make their stress even higher. And so sometimes the best thing to do when a person is going through something mentally is to just give them space. Like, I'll tell you a little bit of a story. It was when I was in LA. I was in LA with some friends, and we were out walking around, and one of my friends, they were getting yelled at. They were getting yelled at by a person that was just out on the street. They were getting yelled at, and this person gave signs that they were, in some sort of mental distress. And so I had to stop because I was about 20 feet away. And I watched from a safe distance. I was still close enough that I could, jump in if needed, but I recognized that if I walk up and I interject myself into this situation, then it could just escalate things. If I remember correctly, she had a psychiatrist with her. Well, then you did exactly the right thing. Just, leave it to the professionals. I would just say, just watch and learn. But sometimes when somebody's going through it, the best thing to give them is just space. Just give them some room to breathe. We don't want to overwhelm them or, oh my God, are you okay? We don't want to crowd them. I can't sleep. What helps you feel relaxed? Instead of focusing on sleeping, try focusing on feeling as relaxed as you can. Maybe a nice bath, maybe a book, maybe some tea. I feel bad for everyone involved. That's not a bad thing. You have empathy. Empathy is a good thing. I also feel like me talking to the security may have delayed his reaction to the situation, although he sprinted and caught up easily, so I don't know. I think you're just being a little hard on yourself. I think you're being a little hard on yourself. Are you familiar with mental health first aid? I want to help people. Yeah, I think you're a good person, and I think that that's part of the reason why you're being so hard on yourself. But I feel like this gave you an opportunity to recognize what might be your calling. And so this is a pivotal moment for you. I think that's kind of cool. Mental health first aid. It is a course that you can take. If you work a job in a mental health place, they might have you do a mental health first aid training as part of your job. Like, whenever I did it as part of my job. But it basically is just a course that teaches you how to be supportive and helpful if you encounter somebody who is having a mental crisis. I could maybe do hospital security because you get mental health first aid trained for that. I think that's a good place to start. I say go for it. Interventions learned. You learn how to help somebody through a panic attack, suicidal thoughts, non-suicidal self-injury, acute psychosis, overdose or withdrawal, reaction to a traumatic event. Useful skills to have. Mental health crisis evaluation and response training is another term for it. Yeah, that sounds right. Am I a good person like you? Hey, if I'm a good person, you're a good person. It takes one to know one. Is there one to stop my brother from being such an ass? Yeah, bring him on. Bring him on, Sugar. Bring him here. Maybe we can help him. I like to think of myself as a neutral person who does good or bad things. A radical centrist. I've had enough of these radical centrists. I moved to a place where English isn't very common. Any tips on getting more fluent in the local language? I tried classes, but I felt it wasn't for me. Alright. I've got some tips. I've got some tips on how to get more fluent in a language. First off, you can try something for free on your phone. One of these apps, like Duolingo, is pretty good. Even if it's just to help you improve your grammar and your vocab. Another tip. Watch children's TV shows in that language. Because those types of shows are going to have like pretty simple language, and they're also designed for kids who are learning the language to learn the language better. And so watching kids' cartoons or TV shows that are in that language can help you learn that language. Outside of that, once you start to feel a little bit comfortable in having like a basic conversation in that language, go out and try to use it. You know, go to the store, go talk to the cashier, or go talk to, you know, wherever it is that you are, and just talk and ask questions. But I would also make sure that you learn phrases such as, did I say that correctly? Or, how do you say this? Also, Google Translate is way better than it used to be. Google Translate used to be really bad, but it's pretty good these days. I don't know if you remember the early days of Google Translate, but it was really bad. But it's actually gotten pretty decent these days. I would also learn how to say the phrase, hello, my name is blank. I'm learning how to speak this language, whatever the language might be. So yeah, I would just say a combination of all those techniques gives you the best chance of learning the language, and you could probably learn it within, you know, you could probably become much more fluent within a few months to a year. And that involves just exposing yourself to the language, immersing yourself in the language, forcing yourself to use it, and just knowing certain phrases and things to say to like ask people questions so that they can help you learn it yourself. Like, am I saying this correctly? Things like that. One of the coolest things that they have these days is like when you pull up Google Translate, it has like the camera function. So you can look through the phone camera and it'll translate stuff like in real time. That's pretty sweet. Isn't that so cool? Doesn't that really make you feel like you're living in the future? But yeah, learning a language in a class just isn't really it for a lot of people, so don't feel bad that it isn't really for you. The best way to learn a language is just by immersing yourself in that language and making yourself use it. So listen to music in that language, watch TV in that language. A lot of people learn how to speak a different language by watching TV. It's true. Hi, Josh. Hi, chat. Chat, they said hi. Say hi back. I feel like this is such a stupid situation, but here we go. LOL. Me and my boyfriend had an argument yesterday, and I don't even know how we got into talking about that. But to a question I asked, after pretty much having to force it out of him, he told me, "I wouldn't have dated you if you were fat. I just thought saying it like that was mean, even if it was the truth." I just wish people realized that weight is one of the easiest things to change about yourself. It's much easier to change your weight than it is to change your mind, change your attitude, change your, view on life, change the qualities of your character. It's much easier to change this than it is to change this. I will say I'm a really insecure person, so hearing that just rubbed me the wrong way. And today I haven't talked to him at all, and I'm questioning breaking up with him because of it. Alright, let me just say, you don't need to feel insecure about what he said. All that he was doing was admitting to his own shallowness. That's all that happened. He was admitting to his own shallowness. You don't need to devalue yourself because of that. He was just admitting one of his own character flaws. I don't know if I'm being too sensitive about it, but like knowing he wouldn't have been into me because of that just feels shitty. He knows my relationship with my body isn't good at all, so to tell me something like that just made me feel so much worse because now I'm overthinking possible future scenarios related to gaining weight and him losing feelings for me. He said he loves me and that something like that wouldn't happen. Like, no, he wouldn't leave you, he would just grow to resent you. It was probably more likely. Man sounds like he has a lot of growing up to do. Yeah. Yeah. Also, did him saying this do anything to reassure you or make you feel better? Did him saying this do anything to make you feel better about it? Or did it feel like he was just saying things to make himself feel better? If it didn't actually give you that reassurance, then it is a pretty good sign that, you know, maybe you have a hard time, like, believing the things that he says. And so I would just think about that. I think about, like, well, It didn't make you feel better? Okay. So he tried to reassure you, but you didn't feel reassured at all. Okay. And I'm not saying that that's, like, entirely on you for how you weren't reassured. It also speaks to, you know, your belief about him. It's like, if he says something, it's like, okay, well, you know, I believe you. Or it's like, okay, you're just saying it, but I'm not sure if I believe you. I feel like I would have been way less tolerant of stuff that he has said if I wasn't going through it right now, TBH. I'm in a really depressive period of my life, and I've isolated myself completely, and for so long that other than him, I don't really have anyone in my life, and I think that made me really codependent on him, even just to have some human interaction. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think you're valid in feeling that way. That kind of is something that happens. You find yourself in a relationship, you find yourself isolated, but you got this one person that you see every day. So my question is, do you feel like you're growing closer in this time together, or do you feel like you're growing further apart? I'm really scared of being completely alone, so I cling to him. I don't know what to do, honestly. Do you think I'm overreacting? Also, sorry for the long post, as I said I don't really have anyone to talk to about this other than him, lol. Alright, well, you know how I feel about apologies. This wasn't even that long. I've had posts that were 10 times as long as this one, and I read those happily, so... Thank you for answering, and hope everyone is having a great day. I don't really know how I feel about him anymore, TBH. I think I just stay with him because I don't have anyone else to talk to. Look at it this way. If you didn't have him to talk to, would that be motivating to you to go out and find more people to talk to? Do you think that it might be encouraging to maybe reinvest in old friendships, old connections, or start to build new ones? That's embarrassing to admit. We've all been there. We've all been there. Some of us have found ourselves in relationships where people will be like, your friends don't actually like you. Also, my friends don't like you either. But I like you. One of the things about a healthy relationship is that they should encourage you to have friendships. They should encourage you to be in communication and to have good relationships with other people as well, and not just them. I don't know if I'm ready to break that connection with him yet. I'm a weak-minded person, lol. I disagree. A truly weak-minded person wouldn't have that level of insight. They wouldn't have that level of self-awareness. A truly weak-minded person would say, I'm sure I'm just overreacting. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for. So, I'm not going to tell you what I think you should do. I think that you know what it is that you should do. Just take the time you need to think about it more. Maybe reach out to some old friends. Maybe reach out to some old friends or some family and just be like, hey, it's been a while. How you been? Imagine it was your best friend in this type of relationship. What would you tell your best friend to do? Imagine your best friend came to you and told you what you just told me. What would you tell them to do? It's a really good way to look at it. Yeah, we love that technique here. It's called the best friend technique. We love the best friend technique. It's a great way to get outside of yourself and to adopt a new perspective. Got some people stuck in ads. Anybody feeling generous? Anybody want to help us work our way towards that sub goal? Hmm? You're back. You didn't miss anything. I was just trying to shill for subs. Let's take a shill break. Hey. Thank you for being here. I'm able to do this because of the support of viewers like you, so by subscribing or by gifting a sub or by cheering, you allow me to do what I do. And I feel like this is my calling. I feel fulfilled in doing this, more so than I did doing community mental health. I feel like I'm able to reach a wider audience of people. What I've always wanted to do is help people learn how to help themselves. Sugar with the gifted sub, let's go! And with a gifted sub to Grit and Glitter. Let's go. Now you know why we time people out for being mean to Suga. That's against the rules here. Like, you can be mean to me all you want and I won't time you out. But if you're mean to Suga, I'm coming for blood. Did Casey Anthony do it? This article from 2016 says that Casey Anthony's lawyer admitted that she killed her daughter. More than 5 years after a jury in Florida cleared Casey Anthony in the murder of her 2-year-old, a private investigator claimed the mom's attorney admitted that she killed the girl and hid her body. I'm like, duh. Like, I thought everybody knew she did it. I mean, this was like up there with OJ in terms of like, they did it. Dominic Casey claimed in addition that the defendant and her attorney were having sex because she couldn't pay him. How is she free, though? By the power of a magical substance. The power of a magical substance known as White Woman Tears. The power of White Woman Tears. You want another example of the power of White Woman Tears? A white woman got beat so bad in boxing that she accused her opponent of being a man, and conservative grifters ran with it. Even though the person that beat her in boxing was born a woman and is a woman. Yet so many right-wing grifters are just ready to just jump on this person because they were suspected of being trans. It's like, isn't that story just so fucked up? Just like any, like, and it's so, like, it's like they're checking all the boxes. Transphobia, racism, misogyny. Like, I think J.K. Rowling is mentally unwell. I think that she is mentally ill. Remember that time that J.K. Rowling wrote all those books and she had one Asian character in the book and she named them Cho Chang? The one black character being named Shacklebolt. Yeah, the one Irish character being named Potato Famine McCarbomb. Did I make that up? No, it's in the books. It's in the books. It's definitely real. What a disappointment. What a disappointment J.K. Rowling has become. All she had to do was shut the fuck up and sit on top of her pile of money and just never do anything again. That's all she had to do. But she had to ruin her legacy. She had to, like, can you imagine just the, like, if you feel bad about the ways in which you self-sabotage, just remember that people like Kanye West and J.K. Rowling exist, and just look at the just ridiculous levels of self-sabotage. So don't be too hard on yourself. You didn't become a right-wing grifter. Boy, if I had that kind of money, I would never be on the internet. Exactly. Exactly, but you still deal with this level of narcissism that's just like, no. People need to hear what I have to say. I can add something meaningful to the discourse. I can add something to the conversation. I have something important to contribute. It's like, nah. You got a pile of money, go sit on it. You were shocked with the initial transphobia because you remember when she verified that Dumbledore was gay? She kind of belongs to an... I was going to say interesting, but I don't want to even allude to them being interesting people. A certain peculiar belief group, the LGB without the T. So, social progressive up to a point and no further. I got mine. Fuck you. Racism is so fucking dumb. Right? Like, bigotry is fucking pointless. Like, there are clear indicators as to who the actual people are in the world that are fucking you over. And it's not your brown-skinned neighbor. It's not the trans person. It's not the gay person. It's not any of those people. It's the billionaires. We gotta go eat them. We gotta go eat them. So put your bibs on and get hungry. It just kind of goes back to that old LBJ quote. It's like, if you can give somebody else to look down on, that's all they need. Like, don't worry about the people who are above you, the people who are actually exploiting you. Let's just give you somebody that you can look down on. Somebody that you can, you know. Like, ugh. Watching Trump be racist straight to black people's faces the other day was fucking crazy. Right? And the thing about it is he thinks that he's so fucking smart. He probably thinks that he's just smarter than all of them because he's such a fucking racist. He's probably just like, they're just gonna eat up everything I say. They don't know any better. It's like, God, you really are just such a fucking idiot, aren't you? He's got a case of fucking 1950s brain. When was he born? He was born in 1946. So he was a teenager when civil rights were passed. He literally grew up and developed in a time where black people were seen as less than and did not have civil rights. So part of his upbringing during his most impressionable formative years, part of what was cooked into his brain was people who have pigment are less than you. Never forget he blocked black people from living in his buildings in the 80s, or what he did with the Central Park Five, and he took out an entire spread in the newspaper to call for the arrest and of innocent young men. Or were they teenagers? Were they boys? I forget. I think they were like kids. They were like young teenagers. Even after they found innocent, he wanted them executed. I just wanted to correct my language because I feel like it's weird to call somebody a young man or a young woman when they are still a teenager. So I'm trying to just make sure I don't say that. Because I think it's really weird when somebody calls like a teenager, especially like a young girl, they're like, oh, a young woman. It's like, And so I don't want to do it for anybody. Boy or girl. Why is there a tendency for older folks to favor the Republican Party? Well, fear. I would say fear is the number one reason. Just watch Fox News for 5 minutes. Just watch Fox News for 5 minutes and just see how many times they bring up things that they're trying to make you feel afraid of. The crisis at the border. They're trying to bring on socialism. They're stealing our votes. They're stealing our jobs. They're coming for your job. Next thing you know, they're going to show up at your house and they're going to murder your whole family. One of the things that happens as a person gets older is they become more fearful, because when you're older, you're a little bit more vulnerable. And so you become more reliant on the society you live in to protect you. Protect you from crime, protect you from being exploited, taken advantage of. And the Republican Party presents itself as the party who says, this is what you should be afraid of, and we are the only ones that can protect you. And I feel like people just get sucked into it. Also, the Republican Party is also the party that says things like, remember how things used to be? Remember how things were when you were a kid? Remember how everything was great back then? We're gonna make it that way again. Since so many my age are jerks, I get scared that no younger person will want to have my back as I get older. Just wear a tie-dye shirt and you'll be golden. A tie-dye shirt is the universal symbol for, I'm chill. So if you're like 70, 80 years old, but you're wearing tie-dye, people aren't going to assume that you're like some old racist. They're going to be like, she's one of the good ones. An old hippie. Everybody loves an old hippie. So yeah, I would say that fear is the main reason why older folks tend to favor the Republican Party, because the Republican Party really is the one that is very fear driven. It's always telling you, like, this is what's going to happen, this is what's bad is happening, this is what you need to be worried about. What about these people coming in? Oh, they're coming in through the border. Now, I will say, thankfully, it isn't all older people. It's a little bit of a misconception that everybody who gets older becomes more conservative, and that's not true. Some people get older and they actually get more compassionate, more empathetic. And so it doesn't have to be. Like, I had a conversation with an older person. They were 78. And we talked about drag queens. At the start, they were very, like, anti-drag queen. But then I told them, I'm like, you know, it's not about anything weird. Drag is just about being beautiful. There's a lot of athleticism. There's a lot of artistry involved. And I said, you know what? I did a drag look once, and I looked good. I looked fucking good. And so I feel like even when it's an old person that you're dealing with, it's not impossible to change their mind. You just have to approach it in a, you know, a friendly way and just try to show them that you don't need to be so afraid. And I feel like a lot of people just get angry and impatient when it comes to dealing with older people, and that's just going to drive them further and further into their beliefs. Sometimes they don't even know why they hate it, right? It's like sometimes people just hate a thing because they've been told that they're supposed to hate it. But no, Jesus was a drag queen. Haven't you heard? Jesus did drag. Yeah, Jesus was pretty cool. It's a shame that a lot of the people who claim to worship Jesus don't really understand what Jesus was all about. I'm of the belief that a lot of people don't worship Jesus, they worship the cross that they hung him on. Supply side Jesus, exactly. Capitalist Jesus. It's like Jesus was a communist. Jesus was a socialist. How do you not get that? How do you heal the sick for free, you give away food to the needy. Like, Jesus was a socialist. He flipped tables in the temple. Yeah, he got mad and he started whipping the money lenders. But no, Jesus was a socialist. And so I think it's really funny whenever people act so afraid of socialism, but then they go to church every week. Also, Jesus was friends with sex workers. So if you really want to be more like Jesus, you have to be friends with sex workers too. I'm just following in the ways of Jesus. Like, I've got friends who have done sex work. That's just me trying to walk the path of Christ, brother. I'm trying to think. Okay, so beyond fear, because I do think that there is a little bit more as to why some older folks tend to favor the Republican Party. Part of it is kicking the door closed behind them or kicking the ladder out behind them. It's that sort of fuck you, I got mine mentality. But I won't say that that's for all of them. I would say that for a majority, it's just fear. Because deep down, we're all just frightened apes. But for some people, it is a little bit more malicious. It's because they're like, oh, well, I had to work for this thing, and so if you get it and you get it easily, I feel like you didn't work hard enough for it. I need you to suffer as much, if not more, than I have suffered. And I think that's just such a really fucked up way of looking at the world, is becoming insistent that other people suffer as much as you have suffered. It's like, why do you want people to suffer? That's so fucking weird. Like, don't we want people to suffer less? But no, some people feel validated in their own suffering, and then they become insistent that other people must suffer as well. Don't call them weird, they get mad. Isn't it funny that that's what finally gets to them, is calling them weird? What's your favorite TV show / movie? My favorite recent movie, I really enjoyed the new Dune films. I thought those were excellent. I think those were really good. Anything that Denis Villeneuve, I don't know how to pronounce his name properly. Anything that he puts out is really good. He's a fantastic director. Favorite TV show? I haven't been so stoked on TV shows ever since Game of Thrones kind of flopped at the ending, and that kind of burnt me out on becoming like invested in a TV show. But before that, my favorite show was Breaking Bad. It's because they always bullied the weird kids and it really bothers them. As if bullying somebody isn't fucking weird in and of itself. Like, isn't that also weird? So aren't we both weird now? We're just different flavors of weird. Favorite TV show / movie. All-time favorite TV show, I gotta give it up though to Futurama. As like a comfort show, as like a show I could go back to and rewatch, Futurama. Movie? Terminator 2. Judgment Day. That movie came out in 1991, and it still holds up. Like, the visual effects and stuff, they still hold up. It still looks great. Oh, speaking of older movies that still really look great that I really enjoy, 2001: A Space Odyssey. Watch it in, like, high def. Like, watch it on Blu-ray. That movie still looks really good. What movie? 2001. It came out in the 60s. Like, but it still looks really good. Oh, the 1991 movie? Terminator 2! Judgment Day. Oh, I didn't have my whole screen up, my bad. That was 2001, A Space Odyssey. A masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. What are good movies to watch when you're high? Both of the movies that I just named are also good movies to watch when you're high. My favorite thing about Terminator, not Terminator 2, the first one, Terminator. The movie begins with Kyle Reese. He arrives to the past. He's been sent back from the future, and he's buck naked because you can only send organic things back through time. You can't time travel with clothes. And so he gets back and he's naked and he has to find some pants, and so he steals a pair of pants from a homeless guy, and the cops show up and the cops try to shoot him for stealing pants from a homeless guy. And this happens in the first, 2 minutes of the movie. Just like, yeah, that's police for you. Just like, stop! Drop the pants! You're right, in reality, they would have shot both of them. I want to try to find an HD cut of 2001, and I'll make you watch it for movie night. We'll do movie night in the Discord, and we'll watch 2001. I think that's my pick. Who's your favorite drag queen from Drag Race, and why is it Sasha Colby? Oh yeah, Sasha is a great one. I had to look up the name to double check, but yeah, Sasha's great. I can't be expected to remember everything. But yeah, no, it definitely is. Yep. Absolutely. You asked specifically for favorite drag queens from Drag Race. If I'm being honest, I think I like Dragula better. I like Dragula better than Drag Race. I said what I said. I like the horror makeup. I think it's more fun. Such a tragedy that Netflix cancels its actually good shows. Oh yeah, Netflix hates having good shows. They love canceling shit. Why is Casey mad at me? I don't know, what'd you say? What'd you say to her? If she's mad at you, you probably had it coming. Let's pull up your logs. Let's pull up your chat logs. I just looked up the show and it has 100% on Rotten Tomatoes and Netflix canceled it. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, actually. Why is Casey mad at you? I don't know. What'd you do? Have you tried apologizing? Oh, Junji Ito. Oh yeah, Uzumaki is getting an adaptation. I am excited. I love Uzumaki. Uzumaki is a horror manga that was written by I think it was written and illustrated by Junji Ito. But yeah, he does a lot of like horror manga, and it's a lot of like, it's almost like Lovecraftian sometimes. There's a lot of like body horror. It's pretty creepy, but I've read a lot of his work. And it's getting a Netflix adaptation. Or wait, no, it's not on Netflix. It's on Adult Swim. It's not Netflix. My bad. I kept saying Netflix. It's on Adult Swim. And the story is, it's about a town that's getting taken over by spirals. And so there's a bunch of like short stories, and things just continue to like progress and get wilder and wilder. It's freaky. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be on Max if you wanted to watch it streaming. I think it'll be on Max. But yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah, they announced it like 4 years ago, and now it's finally like... Oh, it premieres in September. It's coming out soon. They've been working on it for a while. Comes out the 28th, and it'll be on Max the next day. Oh, I'm stoked. What's it called again? Uzumaki. The series tells the story of the citizens of Kurozu, a fictional city which is plagued by a supernatural curse involving spirals. Which really doesn't give much away, but I think that's for the best. If you've never read any Junji Ito before, I would recommend reading The Enigma of Amigara Fault. You can read it online. You can read it online. It's not that long, but it's a really good jumping off point for like the kind of stuff that Junji Ito will write about. What happens in this one is there is an earthquake, and it reveals this wall with a bunch of human-shaped holes. And then people start feeling compelled to go into the holes. They're like, oh, that's my hole. I fit this hole perfectly. I'll actually post... Hold on, let me see. If I can find this... Let me see, is this the full thing? Yeah, because you can read this online. Yeah, I'm glad that the adaptation is black and white. I think that that was a really good choice. I think if it was in color, then it wouldn't really have the same feel. Hey, guess what? I found a full PDF. I found a full PDF of the comic. I'm gonna post the PDF on the Discord. So if you're curious and you want to take a look, if you're bored and you want to read something that's, it is a little scary, but it's not like ridiculously scary. It's not like super gory or anything like that. It's mostly just kind of like creepy. So if you like kind of like a creepy scary and not like a bloody, gory... I'm gonna post the PDF in the Discord. Hold on, I'm downloading it. I'm downloading it from the archive website, and whenever you download stuff from the archive website, it takes forever. You have Uzumaki on your bookcase in your living room on the top shelf so people know what they are getting into. Honestly, that's always such a green flag for me whenever I go to somebody's house and I'm like, ooh. You got Uzumaki? Huge green flag. Okay. I'm posting it in the Discord. I'm posting it right here in the main channel. The PDF. Oops. That'll make it download, but yeah, then you can just... It's not super long. It's 33 pages. But yeah, check it out. I'm gonna go read it again. I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go... It's been a while since I read it. I'm gonna read it again myself. You're excited about it? Have you read it before? If it's your first time, I'm even more excited, because I remember the first time I read it and I was like, whoa! It is a quick read. It's a quick read. You'll get through it in 30 minutes, 45 minutes tops. You haven't read it before? You're in for a treat. You're in for a treat. Uzumaki is a bit more of a commitment because the Uzumaki book is actually huge. I read the whole thing. But the whole book itself is actually pretty big. It's like that thick. I think I still read it in like a day though, if I'm being honest. Yeah, it's pretty easy to read a manga quickly. It has 648 pages. Did Epstein kill himself? No. No way. No way. If he's even dead. That guy had enough money and connections he could have faked his own death. But he definitely didn't kill himself. That's for sure. You know what? If you're ever trying to like establish common ground with a right winger, Jeffrey Epstein, your mutual hatred for Jeffrey Epstein. And how he didn't commit suicide. I feel like that's something we can all be unified in. Now, of course, when you start talking about Jeffrey Epstein with a right-winger, they'll be like, now how about the Clintons? They sure were friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And then that's the point where you're like, I know, that was fucked up. Isn't it also fucked up that Trump is friends with him? And Elon Musk? When you realize Peter Pan is a dead boy who convinces children to jump out of their windows and join him in Never Never Land, never to age again, Captain Hook wasn't the real villain. If I had you read Peter Pan for school and then you gave me a book report and this is what you came up with, I'm giving you a D. For dark. And I would also recommend that you watch the book, or watch the movie Hook. Where are my Hook enjoyers? I know I'm not the only one here who's seen Hook. I grew up on Hook and I agree with them. If you agree with this person, this is trauma. This is trauma. Saying everything must be macabre. Everything must be dark and twisted. There are no good stories. There are only allegories tucked away that are actually hidden and dark. There's no such thing as a good story. It's a story about not wanting to grow up, and that's something that's relatable to everybody. Also, Captain Hook was the bad guy. He was a pirate, and he was trying to kill children. That makes him a bad guy. I never liked Pinocchio either. Oh, the story about the old guy who was so desperate to have a child that he makes one out of wood. That actually is a sad story. And you don't even need allegory. It's sad. That one is. I don't buy this. I don't buy this. I don't buy this one bit. It's like, in the Lion King, Simba isn't actually the Lion King. Simba's actually dead, and Scar is the Lion King, and it's an allegory for how evil always triumphs over good. It's like, You can see whatever you want in a thing. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily what was intended. You can see shadows anywhere. Is AI bad for humanity? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think AI is pretty cool. I think that AI allows us to outsource some of our thought processing. We are able to have machines do some of the heavy lifting for us mentally. To cut out some of the mundane aspects of human nature. These are things that AI is really good at. But no, AI is just a tool. It's like asking, are hammers bad for humanity? Are hammers bad for humanity? You can use a hammer to bonk somebody on the head. You can bonk somebody with a hammer. Hammers are bad for humanity. My hammer ownership is protected under the Second Amendment. Thank you very much. Like, what about knives? Are knives bad for humanity? I think that things can be good or bad. It just depends on how they are used. Like, even oxygen, you know? Like, we require a certain... We need oxygen to live, but we need it in a certain balance, a certain ratio. If you have an overabundance of it, it actually becomes more of a drug. You can get high. Even water, exactly. Too much water will kill you. You'll drown from the inside. I think what we really want to look at is not, is AI good or bad for humanity? It's like, is humanity good for humans? Like, what is it within human nature that we really need to sit down and think about? Because it seems like part of us see something and we're like, oh, this is a tool. I can use this. This could help people. But then there are other people who are like, how can I use this to fuck somebody up? Like, how can I use AI to train drones to target people to be blown up? Some lady died from drinking too much water. Yeah, hold your wee for a wee. Hold your wee for a wee. They had doctors and nurses calling into this radio show saying it's dangerous, and they just laughed them off. This was 2009. A jury ruled against the radio station after a water drinking contest killed a California mother. They were awarded a $15.5 million compensation following a wrongful death lawsuit. The station apparently had information months in advance that this could cause harm, but they went along with it anyway. And during the event, they had people calling in, doctors and nurses, saying, this could actually kill you. She died in 2007 from water toxicity. And this was all to win a Nintendo Wii. This was back when Nintendo Wiis were hard to get. And the contest was to drink as much water as possible without peeing. She drank 2 gallons of water in over 3 hours. They apparently said, we're aware that it can kill you, but the contestants signed a release, so they're not responsible. How does water toxicity kill you? Hyperhydration. Oh. It's okay. It's pretty much for the same reason why you don't want to give a baby water. This is why you only want to give a baby formula or breast milk up until they're like a year old or something. Is because if you give a baby water, it flushes the electrolytes out of the baby's system. And so as an adult, if you drink an excessive amount of water, it can do the same thing. It literally just will flush your system out to the point where it can literally kill you. Yeah, this is why you don't give babies water. Because they're just too little. It'll just flush them out and it can cause brain swelling. And that's water. You need water to live, and it can still kill you if you drink too much of it. So yeah, is AI bad for humanity? That's gonna be up for humans to decide. Because it's gonna be how humans use it. Like, even rocks and sticks. You know, we've been using those to bonk each other over the head for millions of years. So, are humans good for humanity? Something like that. Maybe 51% of the time. All right. Alright, Casey's here, so I think we might start playing... Kingdom Hearts soon. So I'm gonna go hang out with her. But I will see you all later. You all have a great night. If you want to watch us play Kingdom Hearts, we'll be doing that over on Casey's channel. So you all have a great night. I'll see you all next time. Bye. Skilly ba ba bow. Ba da ba da ba dee ba 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 da boop. Ba 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 da boop. Be da ba ba da boop. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba dee da ba ba da boop. Da ba ba da boop. Hee ba 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 da boop. Skilly li ba ba da boop. Yep da da da. Skilly li da 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 da. Yep da da da. Alright, bye bye.